Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I'm gonna make a list. I don't have a pen. I mean, there's a pen in the drawer. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome, 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 welcome. All right. Why sacrifice something you have if you can't imagine the even greater gain that something will provide? Max Tech. All right. So the first thing I need to do, are we doing this? Is this uploading? What's the status? Well, we're down to that, probably that. Got it, hopefully. Okay. Hopefully you have that. All right, so we have download phone video, download meta video, because it's too big to go through the app. I mean, I had two size limitations today. The first size limitation is I couldn't upload 10 gigabytes through the web app through iCloud, but you can upload 50 gigabytes if you do it through the Finder. And then what's this one? The Meta, if you want to upload anything more than a gigabyte, you have to use the plugins. We're going to do that. That'll be interesting. Because we got to get it from this computer to that computer. Oh, we have to load the council meeting video. You have to, download the airport commission video. Put with first meeting. What else? What other footage do I have? Oh, I have all the. Oh, I have all the Instagram. Download Instagrams. Screen caps. Check texts to self. Oh. 4. Oh, my hands getting bad. Check text to self for Ksmo news notes. Scan web for news. My mom was in the hospital, and she goes, "I saw the city council news." I was like, "Yeah, I was there, Mom." I mean, I'm in one of the videos of them. I mean, the footage I got was so I was in the spot. I mean, basically where the press should be in Ventura, we got to sit. We got to. Oh, Buddha's out of frame. Buddha, you're back in. Back in business. Oh. Oop. I could be over here. Should I be? It's kind of interesting. And then the eye has to do too much work. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe I had it read earlier the first time. Idiot. Just leave it. Just move on. You had it. You had it all set up. You had everything set up. Now look at this. That's not gonna work. Nope. I am the TV. Oh, you could do some fun stuff. You could do 2 people. Oh. All right, let's focus. Look at the. I mean, this is some stuff. Ooh. It's on. It's a. I picked the right documentary to focus on. I'm really thrilled. I mean, last night was wild. You'll see. You'll get into this. Okay, so what's the first thing I wrote? Download phone video. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to watch this.
saving lives.
The future of the Santa Monica Airport again up for debate. Many showed up to the city council meeting tonight, weighing in on whether it should stay or, if not, what should go there next. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is here with that for us. Robert.
Yeah, Carolyn, here we go again on the west side of Los Angeles. Passions are flying high. Santa Monica Airport, one of the nation's oldest, at 103 years of age. Side of Los Angeles, passions are
next. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is.
I mean, they had to put seating down there. This is not normal.
Los Angeles, passions are flying high. Santa Monica Airport, one of the nation's oldest, at 103 years of age, is once again the focus of a decades-long debate. And even in the last hour, they were still in public comment. Neighbors disagreeing on whether the airport is necessary or a nuisance. Packing Santa Monica City Hall late into the evening, an overflow crowd here to discuss a decision already decided, closing Santa Monica Airport.
This is not a done deal.
And they've got a list of reasons for the city to reconsider.
Passengers can fly from Santa Monica to Las Vegas, Scottsdale, Napa. It really is a community airport, and we can make it an even better community airport. This is a community asset. It served countless operations during the wildfires, saving lives, saving property. The wildfires are able to be fought.
I have that whole interview.
Just one aspect of how useful this airport is.
But there are also those here who pleaded land the planes permanently.
It's difficult to conduct any kind of business over the phone. You can't hear. It's constant.
Yeah, the leaf blowers.
What about 7 o'clock? And like somebody else said,
leaf blowers.
11 o'clock at night.
Leaf blowers are constant.
Your children, we cannot work in our homes. Our neighborhood is now a dumping ground for all the leaded fuel that the prop planes produce.
The airport is scheduled to close in 2028 and be turned into a park, but some are skeptical.
The city cannot afford to have a large park there. That's just the simple truth. And secondly, there's a very, very high likelihood he does not become a park.
And while there are those who insist the noise and air pollution must end,
my air purifier is always yellow and red.
What does yellow and red mean?
It really is degrading Venice residents' quality of life.
Others warn it could only get worse.
I don't want anybody to think that when the airport is closed that we'll have less air traffic over Santa Monica. We could end up with more aircraft traffic because LAX cannot put their planes over Santa Monica while that airport's in operation.
Now understand that no
major
development is
if they get a couple minutes of this,
to convince the council,
we're not even talking about housing,
to the agenda in the near future to vote again on whether or not to close, telling supporters there's power in numbers, and a powerful survey conducted earlier this year that found 2/3 of Santa Monica residents support keeping the airport open in some capacity. But on the flip side, there are those who insist Santa Monica's future is already set, and it's a park and recreation, not aviation. I'm Robert Kovacic.
Interesting. Well, this is heating up. Either way, I'm okay. If it turns into a really nice park, I'll be fine. I'm cool with that. But what I'm not okay with is what we've seen earlier with Hunters Point, Candlestick Park. Like, that is what we do not want, which is so easy to do. It's so easy to slip into that. You see it so fast. Am I overexposed? All right, so iPhone footage. Not enough local storage, okay. I mean, I was talking about the breakwater like literally just last night. What's this? I'm gonna get rid of this real fast. I'm not gonna use that. This is, this was for the Dassault commercial. If you watch the Dassault commercial, you'll see this. I mean, I could probably find it. They used it. I can't believe they used that shot. Koyan, Scotzi. I don't think I'm gonna need that. Wow. Jeez. Well, that's a thing I did. Oh, this is interesting. Dude, I bet this stock footage is probably worth something. There's me. There's me. There's me. Whoa, Morgan. You were doing some gnarly piloting there. Wow. That was sick. I don't know what night that is. It's the whole thing? $210? Does that not have any sound? No, okay. So let's get rid of that. Hey, skateboarder! Wow! This is my first drone reel. This is where I experimented in the start of the LA River. I mean, the start, but I'll get in trouble for that. Okay, that was good for now. I don't need that. Don't need whatever that is. You can go. Alright, let's see what we got. Now, what'd you say? Tell me that again. Tell me what you just said. Not enough local stories. There's tons. Okay. You're fired. That's what I have to say. Talking about the writer's strike. All right. While that's doing that, let's split. Let's multitask. I have another camera. Wait, I have 3. How many things did I record? 4. Sorry. Dude, downloading this thing is gonna be how am I gonna do it? How the hell am I gonna do that? The MacBook Air is not meant for this. It is like telling me definitely do not. I'm gonna try it. F it, let's do it, man. It was a 3.1 cable. I know it. So the 3.1 will not go over the. That was earlier. I was playing Cable Doodad. Oh no, it won't. Will it not mount on Mac? I tried to do that. I can't remember. I don't think it did. All right. All right. Now you have gigabytes. Now what do you think about yourself? Oh, you're thinking about stuff. Look at you going. What are you thinking? What are you doing? Oh, photo library is working real hard. Yeah, now you can use your all your cores. Free. Woo! Focus is bad. Did I get better on the second one? Okay, well, it's super dark. Okay. Alright, let's focus. Videos.
With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Kurralunga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers in Puyang or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land. Thank you.
He did it really good. Sometimes they rushed. That was like last night. It was not. There was no respect.
The state law actually defers the responsibility of creating a map.
Look at the difference. At 5 p.m. and then at 10 p.m.
The state law actually.
Those are employees, like those people over there. Then this guy, he's running for something. I can't remember. He wanted to do something. This guy, I don't remember. But this is some of the most important thing going on. I learned about it. This is what I'm doing. What am I doing? I'm in school. This is my school. Why would I go? I'm trying to go to school. You're to apply in November to get every year. I have to wait a year to go to school, and then I'm gonna have to wait another 2 years before I can do. No, it was like. I had to wait 5 years to do an XR government. Y'all enjoy yourself. What the F you? I'm just gonna bring my VR and do it myself. I'll ask you when I need your help. Here's my mom. This was so funny. Oh no, this is Carrie wearing my mom's wig.
What's love got to do with it?
Okay. Alright, let's focus. Focus. Alright. Should I just rotate this? I love how it said an internet connection is required. That's hilarious. Alright. Okay. So. Was this it? No. No? Okay. So let's. Okay, we got that footage, 2 to get. Okay. I have that footage too. Oh my god, I have a lot to
get. Lifted off from Santa Monica. This is the first demo flight of our new electric vertical takeoff craft, and we're heading up the coast to the new National Park headquarters at King Gillette Ranch.
Wait. You're a good boy. Go get it.
Okay. 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 So I think probably Is this it? I was at NASA and there was a cardboard cutout and, well, it's fascinating. I did it with a cardboard cutout. Alright, let's keep going and focus.
Morgan Hunter Gross. Is that Mr. Hunter Gross? Yeah, my apologies. We were just out of order, so I wanted to make sure we got you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and City staff. My name is Morgan Hunter Gross. We started the City Council with the land acknowledgement, and in September I was a missing person. I didn't really understand it. I hadn't been to the Curravunga Springs, our springs, but since then I met Robert Ramirez there, the water keeper. He showed me the water coming up from the ground, pure and clean, moving the pebbles as it flowed.
I've been to 6 in a row.
He told me that it took 40 years for the rainwater to filter down through the mountains, and then the time and pressure brings it up. This is my home, my birthplace. I am 40 years old. I drank the rainwater from when I was born in Santa Monica Hospital in 1985. Water is what makes Santa Monica Santa Monica. We are the people of the springs, streams, and seas. Santa Monica remained its own city because it controlled its own water at a time when water meant political survival. The seas. Thank you for listening to me about the bridge from September. And we can't wait for the pier to be truly accessible. Streams. Seeing the rain captured in reverse osmosis in Virginia Park and by the Civic Center is great. The parking lot by the Civic Center shows us now that we can use the underground effectively, and lessons that we can learn.
This is a Gaussian splat I made. Okay.
Why do you even? I don't.
Interesting. I have very little memory of filming that, but cool. I mean, it's the freaking camera in its wrong mode. Frustrating. Look, it was already in its vertical mode from when I shot the test footage from before. That's why this was in vertical. Nightmare. Did I get them raising it? Yeah, you guys did it. The fixies are so fun. They're just, that bike looks really fun. Alright. Well, you got it, dude. Give yourself oh, there's goats at the RC airfield.
These are the Apollo 11 goats at the remote-controlled airfield in Van Nuys. Yep, this is real. I'm in the middle of Van Nuys at Balboa right now, and there's a good 100 or more goats just chomping it up. So here we are at the remote control airfield with the goats. Yep, just some goats. This guy right here is literally chomping down on a burnt tree. This tree burnt, and this dude's chomping down on it. Look at him go. What a thing. Looking for the right one? You'll find it. Oh, you're pissing now. Oh, we got a pissing goat now. Are you pissed? Just having a good day? That's no wonder you weren't eating. You're pissing. Now what, you done? I mean, what's the metaphor of a burning bush and a goat?
It's the drone and the hawk. The hawk's just like watching the drone. Okay. It's not really relevant. I was studying this guy, the archery stuff for the park. He was competing in the Arizona Phoenix match. What's that doing? Oh, this is filling out a post. Welcome to the real world, kids. All right. Oh, this is when I played the FAA video.
This blueprint is a key step in the FAA's work to safely usher in this next era of aviation.
The classic Morgan moment. Here we are at the airport, flying airplanes.
In the simulator. Just classic.
Oh, there's the tower in the background. The reflection. So good. We had bets on how long, how long was it and tries it would take to start the Lotus. They were doubters. They were chicken. I gotta get some food.
Power.
They didn't think it was gonna go.
I did a bypass. I don't know.
Yeah. See? That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah, it's been running for probably 6-7 months.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go.
I mean, it is relevant. I have to explain it, but it is relevant.
Standing here at San Vicente on a former Nike missile site, I'm reminded that civilization reveals itself most clearly in what it chooses to measure, what it chooses to fear, and what it chooses to protect. This hill was once part of a Cold War defense network. It held radar and computer systems designed to detect hostile aircraft and help guide missiles launched from nearby Sepulveda Basin. Los Angeles built places like this to defend itself from visible threats in the sky. But leadership requires seeing the whole battlefield and the whole biosphere at the same time. Because warfare is not only about missiles, radar, blast radius, and interception. It's also about logistics, water, disease, infrastructure, energy, soil, air, morale, and time. Ecology and warfare are not opposites. They are deeply connected. One studies what sustains life, the other reveals how fragile those sustaining systems really are. We have trained generations of leaders to understand explosive power in kilotons and megatons. A kiloton is 1,000 tons of TNT. A megaton is 1 million tons. That is the language of concentrated destruction. But life works on another scale entirely. Scientists estimate the bacteria on Earth amount for about 70 gigatons of carbon. Not wet weight, carbon alone. That means when you move from kilotons to gigatons, you are jumping 6 orders of magnitude. From thousands of tons to billions of tons. The invisible microbial world beneath our feet outlasts, and underpins far more than most people ever stop to consider. So the lesson of this place is not just that America once built systems for war, it's that we must now build systems worthy of a peace. A mature nation must be able to track a missile and restore a watershed. It must be able to deter an enemy and understand a microbiome. It must be able to defend a city, not only from attack, but from fire, drought, pollution, decay, corruption, neglect, institutional blindness. That is the future I believe in. A country strong enough to defend itself and wise enough to understand that real security begins with hidden ecologies that make life possible. Thank you.
This is normal speed.
name is Morgan Hunter Gross. My Federal Election Commission candidate ID is P80008204. April is Autism Awareness Month, and I am showing you my work in Unreal Engine and an update on the current future of flight to prove what we can engineer when we try. I want to connect the future in the sky to a problem we still haven't solved on the ground. The United States of America is fresh off the NASA Artemis II mission, a crewed lunar flyby. In a widely circulated clip from that mission, a young person asked whether there had ever been an autistic astronaut. The answer was basically no. Our institutions can imagine neurodivergent minds helping build the future, but they still struggle to imagine autistic people fully represented inside it. So for me, April is not just about autism awareness. It is about accommodation versus ableism. Ableism treats difference like a defect. It forces disabled people to absorb the cost of everyone else's misunderstanding. Accommodation is the opposite. It means observing first, respecting reality, understanding a person's actual baseline, and making room for human difference with dignity. Whether it is how we handle crisis intervention, or how we build our civic spaces right here in Santa Monica, we have to start from the reality of the person in front of us. This year, I could not camouflage anymore. The burnout was too deep. So I told my dad's dementia therapist, I need to find out who I am and what I am capable of. And what I found is that my potential is real. I am trying to turn pain into understanding, and understanding into less pain and suffering for other people. That is why I show up to City Council. This is part of President's School for me, building hands-on skills. So my message, as an autistic presidential candidate, is simple. Be an ally with accommodation, not an ableist with assumptions. America just sent the first woman and the first black astronaut around the moon. That matters. But if we are honest, the next frontier of inclusion is disability. If we can redesign mobility in the sky, then we must redesign our behavior on the ground. Thank you. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I got out the words, how wonderful life is, while we're in the world.
Imagine if I had done that.
Sorry, man.
It was full, probably 11 o'clock. And then the guy in the clerk's office had it right. He said people just come in there to pat themselves on the back and leave. Okay, you got heard, but like, what's the effort you're putting in to like actually like see it? It's like, well, I put my name, the thing down in the suggestion box at UCLA, and they took it seriously because it was crazy what they were doing. Why is this school quiet?
Okay, Bradley Ewan, welcome to the Recreation and Parks Commission.
Oh, this is voting. Oh, okay. This is for the Parks and Recreation. But this is, this was the late night. I mean, people aren't paying attention. This was wild. I've never experienced something like this. This was cool. This guy over here wanted it. He's a good guy. That guy wanted it for was he history or park? I don't know. There were a couple things people were running for. And they voted on the thing. And that was fun. When you're just like, there's gotta be a better way. All right. back on the hunt. The Dewey Street. We gotta check this out. Oh, slow.
It's pretty dark. I can't see. You guys are here. Do you see it? All right. Welcome to Santa Monica, guys. Good morning. President School. We're doing concrete history work. And then you look at the present. They literally have severed this from the power system across the street from the college. And this is all running on a freaking generator.
They all had pizza yesterday from Prime Pizza.
There's a giant generator in the back. Look.
Boxes of pizza.
Let's go this way. We've got, oh my god, dude, you got the refrigerator. Shit balls. Yeah, it's 4-on. Dude, it's fucking fully on this thing. This is like a film set generator with like 3-phase. Look at that. We have 3-phase. That's like 4-aught cable, or that's not 4-aught. What is that? That's like, yeah, it's 4-aught. Dude, it's fucking 4-aught. I got it right. God, this is like nuts. And then this is being pumped in. This goes up, and then boom, right back into the freaking kitchen. Oh my shit balls. What's going on, guys? Look at that satellite dish. Oh my god.
Dennis Cooper, VRICCOOPER. Communications liaison, Santa Monica Airport Association.
Supposed to get transferred.
I think tonight was a real indicator of how many people in Santa Monica and the surrounding areas opposed the automatic closure or the sentiment that we're going to close the Santa Monica Airport. This is a community asset. It served countless operations during the wildfires, saving lives, saving property. The welfare was able to be fought out of this airport. That's just one aspect of how this airport is. And 10 years ago, people made a decision that they would like the opportunity to close this airport in 2028. This is not a done deal. Santa Monica residents have shown us in an independent poll of the same polling company that the city of Santa Monica uses, that over 67% of people oppose the closure of this airport. That's time to get a conversation started, and that's what we did tonight. We brought hundreds of people out here in support of the airport, and they were able to walk up, be heard by city council, argue with for the first time in a long time, and I think city council took notice. What is the next step? The next step is to continue our efforts and our outreach to talk to the residents of Santa Monica and propose even a potentially alternative plan, which would be a balanced approach to redevelopment of that airport, which consists of an existing airport, which is a monetary asset to the city
I agree.
of Santa Monica, as well as potential redovelopment of some underutilized.
There's so much area that's not the runway, and you guys are just flopping what you're doing. You're
night and day, doing the best we can to make sure residents know they still have an opportunity to talk to city council.
Okay, that was really good. I gotta grab all that one. I already grabbed it, I guess. We're in the Ksmo folder. Right. That's it. Look at this guy.
Thoughts on the Santa Monica Airport's closure in 2028. Outside of City Hall, we just saw over 100 supporters from the Santa Monica Airport show up to public comment to give their thoughts on the Santa Monica Airport's closure in 2028. And they had to wait for hours and hours until the City Council finally decided to allow a motion for them to have 5 words in their name to express how they felt about the Santa Monica Airport's closure. It wasn't on the agenda for tonight, but this was an excellent show of a community coming together for something that they will dearly miss if it goes away. Outside of city.
He was an interesting kid. He lost his laptop, and I was outside. I didn't know he lost it, but I guess a lot of other people knew that he lost his laptop. And I was outside and I saw this laptop, MacBook Pro or whatever. I pick it up and I'm like, did anybody lose a laptop? So he goes, someone inside did. I was like, do you know who it was? I'm like, help me find this person. I'm not gonna give it to you. So then when I found the kid, I told him about developmental disabilities and how I forget stuff too. And all right, let's balance this out. From Apple Photos, just the videos. It's so dumb. I have to go into Photos to get my videos. Why can't I get my music in my photos? Okay, sorry. Okay, well, that's doing that. Now we're going to multitask. I need some fresh air in here. Oh, you got sticky on you. How you doing, bud? How you doing, Buddha? Snoozy bear? I'm gonna have to make a food and a salad at some point. Right, tuna sandwich real fast? I make a tuna. I don't have vinegar. I just have this. I didn't see a big bowl. I gotta bring all my kitchen stuff. I got a big bowl. Hey. I guess I can use this for a salad bowl. Also for a drone, for a gimbal. I have this cool idea for the car. I don't know if I'll ever get to that. I'm so hungry. Alright. Let's focus. Let's get another transfer going. What percent are we at? I mean, we're at 6%. It's doing its thing. I wonder if it's affecting the upload. No, I mean, this shit's going at 20. 22. It's so much bandwidth. Or crushing, we're going down to 6,000. Down to 6,000. You guys should get on some Starlink and see what it's like. Okay. Oh, there you go. 4,000. That was a number I know. That's good. Okay. So, this is plugged in. What happens if I turn it on? Can I see it? Oh, I heard it bubbling. Boom. Do I need to give permission or something? Oh, there's too many windows. Oh, this is confusing. Okay, go away. Store. Thank you for popping up. Okay, now how do I get the USB to work? Oh man, I don't remember. Don't make me do this all again. This was such a pain in the butt last time. Oh. Data transfer meta quest. Oh, grant permission in the frickin' notifications. I remember. I know I remember. This is so dumb. This is 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 dumb. That's dumb. That's so dumb. This is ridiculous, but I did it, I think. Yep, got it. Oh, don't drop it. Alright, quest 3. Hard drive. Oh god, it was in Oculus video shots? Okay, we got a bunch of files in here. View as details. Sort by date. And that is all from yesterday. Do you want to see what's going on over here? So what do I have over here? Can I preview it from here? Are you gonna let me play it from the quest over the... Well, it's doing it.
Guys, it's so quiet. I can't hear no one.
What's up?
I have a friend named Mila.
Okay, let's get... That is not relevant, but I want it. Alright. So crazy and... No speed? I don't think I've ever really heard the fan. I mean, there's a lot of heat coming off this thing.
Did you know the biggest problem people have with VR is the weight? Strapping out of system both front sensors, Finally, I think I've answered this back. It's still closed, so we've got the headset running into this battery and way lighter. That's what I'm really noticing. I'm not sure if it'll actually play, but I just wanted to test out the weight of the headset. You can't really feel the cable going off it either, because this is so much lighter, especially around the back of my neck, just here. It feels like all the pressure has been taken off. I could see it would make a huge difference for long VR sessions. It just feels way lighter. And given I usually have a cable running out of the headset anyway, it doesn't make much of a difference. Let's having the heart hit, and tape it to it. Okay. Another 15 hours, then it probably is worth doing. It just makes the headset so much lighter. You can really feel the difference when you're playing. So I think I would recommend it for hardcore VR users, but for light users, I wouldn't. I almost always have a battery plugged into my headset any region, so it's not joining.
Yes. That's usual. As usual, that's what I want to do with my life. Okay. Great, now I have it on this computer. Now I need to get it onto this computer. Really cool if I could see it on the network and just share it. It's been done. I have done it. Okay, I see my computer. Connecting. Not connected. Connect as. Connect. Oh. I don't know. What would be my user? That'd be too easy. What is Windows user and password when networked with Mac? The exact same local username and password. Open. I'm going to open settings, network, and internet. Yes, very good. Network and internet ensure both screens and make sure file sharing is enabled. Oh, let's try that. If a space is really all that makes a difference, that's hilarious. Nope. That'd be too easy. Yo, I don't. This is not gonna happen right now. How do I get this data from this computer with no? I have that drive. What else do I have? The internet. That sucks. Come on, you can do this. What if I go the other way? Oh. Okay. Move on to the next step. You'll get to the answer one. The next step is this. Memory card out of a camera. But we're done with this. So. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, I'll use adapter. Alright. You gonna hold? You gonna hold? You gonna break? What was that? That was an interesting one. I'll take it though. So many problems. I think people are just like, oh yeah, I don't know, let's fix it. Well, but how many variables? Alright, disk. Was to be users. This one, desktop. Too many different switch between PC, Mac, desktop. I don't fucking. Oh, whoa. There we go. Now we got numbers. I mean, 70 megabytes a second, I would be like, this is slow, but like, this is as fast as a Firewire 800 like ever went. So, I'm not really complaining. Considering how many hours of footage this, or like, what is it? Probably like, I don't know, and I'm going through an adapter, so whatever. Oh, 87%. And this is done. Cool, sick. And then I'm gonna pop this out, eject. Thank you for that. So I don't have to do that the other way. Whoops. The adapter stayed. Shit. The tension on a USB-A plug has a lot more friction. Should I just let you chill, Apple? Let's just let it finish. 92%. Yeah, let's just let it. Before I start jamming more stuff into this computer. I mean, it's barely pumping. I don't want to do that. Alright. So I got that download airport. I gotta do that on my computer. A list of shit that didn't download from the cloud? You're really gonna do this to me? Stupid. Now I gotta manually do this? I didn't, I pressed OK last time and I didn't know which ones, and it's like, okay. Why?
Able to use the law. SB 79 does work together with state density bonus law. So eligible projects would be able to use state density bonus law, which allows increases, in density, allows incentives and concessions.
All right, let us quit. Let's restart. What do you think about that? I got a whole bunch.
able to use the law. To note here.
We got one. This is why I like missing shots. Dude, you don't even know. 0383. 0383. Library of Alexandria and the scrolls. Okay, just all the time nowadays. Let's continue. It's 6 o'clock already? What the fuck? How long have we been going for? 2 hours? So much time on the freaking parking passes. I mean, I'm not complaining. I gotta go to the library and check it out, but man, can we listen to some music? No, we can't do that. Am I still paying for it? I did 1 month. I don't know if it's still that month. We are making some. No. We're making music in Suno. Come on, let's do this. Fine. Inside the transparent edit bay, future worlds of cinema and live streaming. For those of you who are just listening to the transcripts, not actually watching it. One day. Lots of tokens, man. Lots of tokens. Oh shit, you just invented it. Because you saw the robots doing. Whoa. Alright, gotta take a little break after that idea. Fuck yes, let's go. Eve, what the? What? Oh, she's a lawyer too? Wow. This woman's impressive. This is an impressive woman. Very impressive woman she is. I've seen her, I've met her, this is a third time meeting her. Very impressed each time. When did she apply? not the noise. It's the density. That's not the noise. It's not the noise. I mean, it's not, because you have different angles of noise of the exhaust too.
Yes, we're ready. Okay, great. Let's call to order the Airport Commission meeting for Monday, April 27th, 2026. It is 7:03 p.m. and let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. 7:03.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. United States.
We good? Yes, we're ready. Okay, great. Let's call to order the Airport Commission meeting for Monday, April 27th, 2026. It is 7:03 p.m. And let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wait, is that a flub? Okay. Do they duplicate the... Holy shit. Okay, let's go back to the beginning.
Imagine the even greater gain that something
Okay. Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves real fast.
We good? Yes, we're ready. Okay, great. Let's call to order the Airport Commission meeting for Monday, April 27th, 2026. It is 7:03 p.m. and let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's do our roll call, please, Joy. Chair Reynolds, here. Vice Chair Wilder,
Here.
Commissioner Neri,
Here.
Commissioner Pertel,
Here.
Commissioner Griffin.
Here.
Thank you. Before we begin, I will read aloud the standards of behavior that promote civility at all public meetings.
I mean, they make this so hard. You can't just download this. I'm having to like rip this.
Give open-minded consideration to all viewpoints.
Not transparent.
Focus on issues and avoid personalizing debate. Embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for forging sound decisions. Hate has no place in Santa Monica. The city opposes abusive or threatening hate speech, intolerance, or dehumanization, and supports basic civil respect and human decency. All right. If you wish to speak on an item, you can submit a chit to Joy prior to the agenda item coming before the commission. As we have done in the past, if you wish to speak on a specific agenda item and wait until that agenda item comes up, you are welcome to do so. Okay, let's begin with agenda item number 1, public input on non-agenda items. Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 2 requests to speak. First up is Eve Lopez. Okay, your time starts now.
Is required to complete a Form 700. This disclosure requires reporting of real property, including location, ownership interest, and value, as well as investments and income, particularly where those interests may intersect with decisions affecting the airport and the surrounding community. But here, what you all have done is very concerning. Out of 5 airport commissioners, only 1 appears to have complied in any meaningful way. So Commissioner Griffin, thank you for actually doing what you were required to do. Commissioner Neary, of all the years you have sat on this commission, you have not filed your 700 form. And Commissioners Reynolds, Wilder, and Pertau, what you did is you filed only the face sheet of the 700 form, declaring under penalty of perjury that none of you own real property, have no investments, and no income. On its face, flows. Financial interest. The public cannot evaluate conflicts. When the public cannot evaluate conflicts, trust is undermined. And when trust is undermined, the commission loses what little legitimacy it has. The law provides consequences for this kind of non-compliance, including financial penalties, both criminal and civil, an investigation by the DA or the FPPC, and potential disqualification from participation. At a minimum, this level of systemic non-compliance warrants immediate review, corrective action, and if necessary, referral to the appropriate enforcement agencies, because transparency is not optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Next up is Morgan Hunter Gross. Are you ready? Okay, your time starts now.
Guys, a month ago, I spent time here mostly with the city council, but commissioners, as we approach the 100th anniversary of the 1926 bond, it is time to correct the historical record. The narrative that this was the promise of a great park misrepresents the actual bureaucratic reality of the 1920s. Cloverfield was already a globally recognized airfield years before that bond was drafted. Our predecessors utilized a Parks and Recreation bond that not to build a garden, but because it was the only legal mechanism available to secure a world-class aerospace hub before municipal aviation departments existed. This wasn't a deceptive move or a promise of a green space. It was an incredibly pragmatic masterstroke of civil foresight. To truly honor that legacy today, we shouldn't be settled for an empty two-dimensional law. We should be celebrating the original intent by evolving the site into a 3D volumetric feature that integrates aviation, transit, and park space. So I went to the hospital, and across the street is a building in Santa Monica on 16th Street. It is a 7-story underground robotic parking garage. Okay, let me say it again. In Santa Monica, there's an 8-story, so 1 story down, and 8 stories underground parking garage. It's very dense. Max Tegmark in Life 3.0 says, why sacrifice something you have if you can't imagine the even greater gain that something will provide? I have a lot of other things to talk about, and I'm filmmaking on this airport and study Cowsick Park and Hunters Point in San Francisco, and I looked at the audio from 2 months ago, and the audio was different, so I think I want to go Sacramento and talk to the couple.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No. There are no more public speakers for this item.
Thank you. All right, moving on to public input on agenda item number 2, special agenda items and consent calendar only. Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
There are no requests to speak on this item.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 3, the special agenda item 2025 Annual Community Noise Equivalent Level Report and the 2025 Annual Operations Report.
Okay, this evening we have Vincent Ma. He's the senior consultant with Harris, Miller, and Hansen to present the 2025 CNEL report as well as the 2025 Annual Operations Report.
I am here tonight to present the 2025 noise contours for the Santa Monica Municipal Airport that was generated from the operations that occurred last calendar year. This presentation will go through the noise model inputs, the noise measurements that were acquired via the Santa Monica noise monitors, and the resulting noise exposure contours that came from the operations that occurred in calendar year 2025. Just a quick overview, the noise model that was utilized to create the noise contours was created through the FAA Aviation Environmental Design Tool, otherwise known as AEDT. AEDT requires several inputs, as you can see from the list on this slide, which includes the lat long coordinates of the runway ends, aircraft operations, which include the flight tracks that the operations flew, the time of day that they flew, as well as the aircraft type for that particular operation. ADT itself consists of noise and performance characteristics for a wide range of aircraft. We take a look at the runway utilization, which for Santa Monica is 95% west flow, which means that most aircraft are arriving from the east and departing to the west over the ocean. And we are also taking a look at the meteorological average data for the Santa Monica area, as well as terrain data that's acquired from the USGS data downloader. This slide here shows the operation breakdown that occurred here at Santa Monica in calendar year 2025. The operations in 2025 were up about 39% from 2024. There was about 78,693 total operations in 2025. Of that 78,000, 42,000 were local operations, which is up about 87%.
Here, what does that mean for your organization?
So, great question. Thank you. Is it Rockfelt? Mr. Rockfelt? Mr. Rockfelt. So, the peer-to-peer class, I am certified and I sometimes teach that. So, that is an 8-week program. That's a weekly, I like to call it like a personal development class, where participants can be.
Welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I am convening the May Disabilities Commission meeting. It's a regular meeting. Let me just read the mission statement. Abilities and city of all our commissioners.
Which includes both piston and turbo.
Commissioner Clark, Commissioner is not present, and Chair
is the time of day.
Non-agenda.
California.
On the web, the using access and not, but shares some concerns about the process. I encourage city staff and the community to read this, particularly some concerns they have are highlighted on the 3rd page in bullet point format about the process, and also just sharing, wanting to make sure issues related to housing and disability are addressed. So please, when you get a chance, review this public comment, and I just want to make sure it's on the record. Thank you. Now I'm going to move on to item 2, public input agenda items under moving to mental health awareness.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Yes, I can project. I just don't want to be too loud. How are we? Good, thank you. And everybody just looks at me. So West Side, Los Angeles, and Hi to Thomas. Super excited. I recently joined the board at Virginia Avenue Park and excited to share these mental health resources with all of you. So for those that don't know, NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We're the nation's largest mental health organization, grassroots organization, providing free education and resources both to people who live with mental health conditions, but also their loved ones as well. That's kind of like the main thing that sets NAMI apart. It's just a little arrow.
I give 1,000 thumbs down.
Across the country area focus a lot on formation and mental health on the front.
Fucking nightmare of this is better than this and this is worse than the other. You're just making one disability more and worse than the other. It's an ableist organization set up to manage disabled people.
I give this because even though it's still a conversation that's incredibly stigmatized in a variety of ways. And so it's really these small moments, and one of the reasons I love local community activation so much, because I really do believe big change happens and starts on a small level. So thank you to all of you. For having
information that was gossip here.
Programming it is stable condition.
She's just a mouthpiece for the pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
If you are familiar with that,
I'm not.
This is run by the PAR, the Police Activity League. So are you in any way familiar with PAR? And can somebody, like on an individual basis, come to your event?
Can anybody come to my event? Yeah. I don't have anything set up yet, but my goal is to bring programming to that space, which would be available to any community member, complimentary for free. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes.
And when is this supposed to commence? Do you have any date in mind?
Not as of yet, but that is something that I will be working on with Thomas and can provide that when we do have stuff set up. In my mind, he doesn't even know this yet. So yeah, can I go?
So Britt was appointed last month and has yet to join her first meeting. So I believe June is going to be her first meeting. So more programming to come.
But ideally, like, no, to the Virginia Avenue Park Board, but available to whomever. So like, I would love to do a community, maybe it would be like yoga and breathwork class, or a community breathwork activation or journaling something. I don't know what that looks like yet, but yes, it would be available to all ages and whoever would want to.
I have to wait for that meeting and the
Yes,
absolutely. Months and years.
And like, if there's something specific that you would want, like let's say you have something going on where you would be like, it would be great to have a NAMI presentation, or it would be great
Do you have
to
a horse
have
that you come
a yoga
into
teacher.
town on?
Like, that's what
You come
NAMI is
into
for
town
as
on
well.
Tuesday and
Like,
leave
reach
on
out.
Thursday,
So
but stay
if
for
we
7
can
days.
provide you with a teacher or a presentation or whatever it may be, we just want to get out into the community and share those resources.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question, really. Well, thank you for coming. I'll join everybody else. It's really great. I didn't even know you existed.
Oh.
So it's wonderful to learn about it. My question is more, I was curious in the formation of what you offer. What I'm particularly interested in the mental health issue is including feelings with the concept of mental health and allowing feelings to have as much value as what's wrong with you mentally. Your feelings are as important as mentally. And I would like to know if there's any kind of movement in that direction to include feelings in the opportunities for people to come and get counseling. That it's not mental health, it's just, they can just say, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling it. And that's all. I just sort of wanted to know if that was included.
Yes, that's a great point. And so I'm speaking as a mental health advocate from my own experience, and given my background, I wholeheartedly believe that the mind, body, soul connection is all interconnected as one, and one is not separate from the other. And I think that's why I personally love NAMI so much. So in regards to that, that would be something that would be so appropriate for the peer-to-peer support groups. Because even if you had feelings that maybe you couldn't identify, but you just needed to show up to a space that was a safe space, or maybe you did have feelings that you could identify and you wanted to just share them, that's where the support groups are really helpful. They're just an open forum for whatever it is that you're experiencing.
To read. I'm hard of hearing, so I have to read what you said.
Yes.
That's really good, but I particularly, I have a thing about it, that I put feelings in the same level as mental health, or the same level as you have a heart attack, you have a liver problem, whatever. The same severity and the same influence. They're only now teaching doctors to value our feelings. So I don't want to make feelings less important than mental health or anything like that. I'd really like them to take on at least it's an option that they can.
No, I completely agree with you.
Speaking. It's only language, if that's what they call it. It's you see, it's specifically because of the mental health option of mental health. I'm all emotionally upset.
Personally, my work that I do, focusing more on the wellness aspect and the mindfulness aspect, because I think it touches on those things. And I agree with you. Personally, I think even physical conditions, when you're looking at metabolic diseases like cancer, really deep down are rooted, I have a more Eastern approach to that, are rooted in suppressed shame from childhood. I'm with you wholeheartedly. So know that there's a lot of people on the NAMI team that, yes, even though there is the mental health conversation, there's those exterior elements as well that play into that and support that.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark?
Are the meetings wheelchair accessible? Do you know?
When we have them in person, they are wheelchair accessible. Great question. Right now, they're primarily virtual. We are bringing a few in-person ones back in the summer. I just don't have times, dates, and locations of those yet, but I can definitely let you know when those are solidified. But right now, I think we have 8 to 10 a week running that are all online.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And what is the warm line? And then last thing is there any partnerships going on right now with Santa Monica with the great homeless issue that's going on, and how that there's mental health going on with the homeless issue that's going on with
Great question. So first, the warm line. It is, again, offered in English and Spanish. It's to call for support. It's not in resources, support and resources. It's not available 24/7, I don't believe. I think it's working hours. Like sometimes what happens is we'll get grants from the state that we will be able to connect with like a 24/7 hotline or get people on staff at certain times. We don't have that right now. But working hours, yes, you can call for resources or support. As far as the homeless issue, I think it's a really complex, layered question. And as far as NAMI goes, I think we just try to get out into the community in ways like this with tabling, providing resources. We show up at a lot of parks, a lot of libraries, just to share what we have available.
Is NAMI still going to the hospitals too?
It's performative.
That's all I have.
Yep.
Thank you.
Performative is funded by the
Hi. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I was wondering if, like the peer-to-peer virtual, is it like, I mean, how do they find out if the person needs more help?
That's another great question. We're not ever diagnosing. And of course, like, we'll step in if there is an emergency that requires that. I personally have never been in that position. But it's explicitly stated up front, like, this is not a place to go to for seeking like psychiatric help or, you know, like medical help. Like, this is a lived experience. There's other places where you can get those resources.
So you give them the list of places where
We give them the list of hospitals, but we're not recommending therapists and we're not giving like names of therapists.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be me and then Commissioner Gordon. Thanks so much for being here and being generous with your time and answering our questions. I work for the Department of Mental Health, so I've collaborated with you guys on a number of times, so thank you for all the work you've been doing. And I'm just curious, when you talk about peer specialists, are you talking about like Medi-Cal peer support specialists with certification?
Yes,
and through the...
Correct.
Okay.
In regards to this, they go through NAMI certification. It's different. Some of our peer members have gone through that, others have not. Everybody working with and for NAMI have been certified under NAMI's own programming. So some yes, some no.
So there's a NAMI peer certification, and then...
And that's where NAMI National comes in with the policy making and the curriculum building. All of the trainings fall under national. So NAMI across the board, whether it's here, whether it's like state level, Florida, Pennsylvania, wherever, like small towns in Pennsylvania, like we're all getting trained under the same umbrella.
It's just that those living under the pattern are not at or above 60 CML.
Do you have sound monitors over those homes south of the airport, or just at the end of the road?
So there are just those 6 monitors here at the airport that are on each side of the runway, but there are no actual registering noise levels. But what the model virtual points and basically all the inputs that we put in for the year, it does give us the resulting level for that.
You understand that there are thousands of residents who are signing a petition due to these persistent noise over their homes. You're not attempting to dismiss what they're complaining about, right?
Yeah. Like I said, the noise metric that is required by California when we're generating noise contours is CNEL. CNEL is not a metric that a person hears. It's a cumulative annual level. So it's not dismissing what the community is hearing, because we are aware that there are a lot of operations that they're affected by. Just for purposes of these noise contours and its resulting level, its annual level just is not
Wow. These people. Oh. Holy shit. I can't, these people. It's extraordinary what they're doing. It's just. Really?
Commissioner.
Take the cuts that we cut.
What? They don't even play my game at this point. They're not even trying to re-edit it. They're just... Oh! No, really?
Questions, and then we'll...
No.
Got it. Thank you. Gordon?
Yeah, thank you so much. I may have missed it. I was just curious in your presentation. How long have you guys been around?
1979, I believe.
Wow.
Yes, so a long time. A lot of people don't know about NAMI.
Oh, and it started here
It started in Wisconsin, and it was started by, it started with moms at a dinner table. And so out and come and that, like, receiving the support. Yes. That I am certified as a NAMI peer support specialist. I've led support groups. It feels very similar to me from my experience.
And I guess the reason why you can't do that, they're still overhauling Virginia Park or something. I know it's under renovations or.
Like why we can't do it there at that location? I don't know.
I think Falmouth Terry's under some construction. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And again, if anybody needs anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thomas has my information, and we just want to.
Question. Back to that Midwest connection. I know that in the Midwest there were some kind of mental health facilities. You were mentioning like a list of hospitals that you the living room or something. It was like you could refer someone without having to go to an ER. Does NAMI have a list?
I've been involved with NAMI West LA both at the national level and local level for 8+ years, so it's been a while. I'm not a full-time employee, and I have led the peer support group, youth education, one-on-one in that out for you. What I was told is that, no recommending. And I've just never been in a situation where I had to step in or had to take a further step.
Kind of the, disabilities where you would say, one is better suited to the other, with addiction disabilities, maybe like AA or NA type.
I think our society is really lonely as well. Thank group at
Agenda moving with.
Thank you for inviting me back. I have a couple of things to discuss with all of you. So I'm going to start with what I hope will be the least conversational, and then we'll get more into the grit of why we're here. So I just wanted to give a couple of updates of some expanded accessibility throughout the city. So Douglas Park reopened last month. Douglas Park reopened last month. I was working with the design team on that to make a accessible playground using universal design principles. It's the newest playground added to the list of the multiple playgrounds that we have that are fully ADA accessible. It goes on the list of North Beach, South Beach, Marine, Ishihara, and Tonga. And now nearly half of our public playgrounds are fully accessible. And Virginia Avenue Park was mentioned a couple of times in that last presentation. The next playground that I have my eyes on is Virginia Avenue Playground, so hopefully updates will be coming soon. The 19th Street Community Garden project is nearing completion. I've also been working with our community garden team to add accessible features, including having a ADA accessible pathway throughout the entire garden that leads to both in-ground and above-ground planters. That should be opening this June, if I'm not mistaken. And then finally, the Annenberg Beach House. There are renovations happening there right now, and part of those renovations are going to be improving accessibility so that people can access all of the levels of that site. Next item I have is the website accessibility deadline. As you may or may not know, the deadline has been extended by a year. And in regard to that 1-year extension, this is a joint statement with ISD and myself. We're aware of the recent announcement but we are continuing to move forward with our efforts as planned. Our approach has been to treat accessibility as a core service requirement rather than a one-time compliance milestone, and that direction has not changed. ISD already made meaningful progress in advancing this work. Our accessibility monitoring platform, Site Improve, has been implemented and the team is actively addressing and identifying issues. ISD and myself have met with our cross-department communications team to discuss all of the changes that are happening. In parallel, we are finalizing a contract for doc access to support scalable document remediation. We are also continuing efforts to mitigate legacy sites, including bigbluebus.com and smgov.net, into our primary CMS to ensure consistent standards and governance across city web content. Additionally, ISD has an active CIP request to support ongoing accessibility improvements. ISD appreciates the partnership and ongoing support of the Disabilities Commission. Next, I would like to discuss with you the questionnaire that Councilmember Royale sent over to me. I think the best way of going through this is just to go item by item. I'll give my response, and then if you have any questions per item, we can do that before I move on. So just to begin, I want a clarification that my role with the City of Santa Monica as the ADA coordinator is to ensure that the city maintains compliance with Title II of the ADA and Sections 503 and 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Many of the questions that are on here are regarding residential buildings and not directly in my scope of work. And for all of the answers that I'm going to go through, I would also suggest speaking to somebody who specializes in housing accessibility. I'm going to mention that for a couple of the answers on here, just to cover myself and make sure people know that my specialty is not in housing. For the first question, what is the primary regulatory scope of the ADA and how does it differ from other accessibility laws in a residential context? So the ADA is split into 5 sections. Title I covers employment. Title II covers state and local government. Title III covers public accommodation and commercial facilities. Title IV covers telecommunication, and Title V covers miscellaneous provisions. The ADA generally does not regulate purely private residential housing in the same way it regulates public accommodation or government facilities. Residential accessibility is primarily governed by the Fair Housing Act, or the FHA. Are there any questions on that item?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
so, question number 2, housing intersection. To what extent does the ADA regulate residential housing and which specific areas? For example, leasing offices, public walkways, units, garage, does it cover? The ADA may be applicable to places of public accommodation within multifamily residential buildings, such as leasing offices and publicly accessible parking. I also want to add that when it comes to the interior of units, the ADA does not cover that. Any questions on that answer?
Yeah, bullshit.
3, ADA versus FEHA. Is it accurate to say that the ADA governs the design of residential buildings and garages while the FEHA handles tenants' rights? If not, how is the authority actually divided? My response, not actually, or not exactly. This is an area. Oh, yes.
Does that cover parking spots for the handicapped in just regular buildings?
You mean like
if somebody lives in a residential building and there's nowhere near enough parking spaces for handicap, does that regulate that?
It will depend on the circumstances. I think one of the future questions I go into it with a little bit more detail. Yeah. So my response to that question, not exactly. This is an area that I would typically defer to someone more familiar with the FHA, but the ADA may cover the path of travel to get between the street, your parking space, and your unit. However, to say that the ADA covers the entire building would be inaccurate. The inside of your unit and amenities provided would be covered by the FHA. The places where the ADA would be applicable would be covered under Title III, which is the public accommodations and commercial facilities. Any questions on that? Okay.
I do have a question just on which title of the ADA applies if the building receives federal funding. Does Title II then apply?
I'll go over that in a later question, but Title II wouldn't necessarily be applicable. It would be the Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act.
Let's clarify.
Yes.
Question number 3. When I asked that question, I kind of intended you to explain the difference between apartment building and business building, or for example, like mall. So in that settings of the apartment building, I'm talking right now specifically about multifamily building.
Mm-hmm.
What ADA regulate? So my understanding that in that specific settings, like apartment, we're talking about apartment building, not the business buildings. So ADA can regulate access to parking, where accessible parking should be located, how it's supposed to be marked, and that's it. Also, ADA rules regulate unit which belongs to people with disability and commanding landlord to install like extra features, right, to accommodate, I mean, not everything, so but
that will
accessibility of a unit.
Yeah, that will depend on a couple of things. So one of the main things is for a private landlord, if the building is an older building where it was built up to the codes of the time that it was built, then that building would be grandfathered in.
Also, let's emphasize that the buildings, they are different as well.
Correct.
Affordable housing or just like market housing. So it's like, when we're talking about affordable housing, I just like everybody to hear that there is hierarchy of governing authority.
Correct.
If any sort of housing project, affordable, below market, or anybody received federal funding and grants, hierarchy of law to apply rules will be federal law and regulation, state law and regulation, municipal code of city, and then private contract.
Yes. And I think one important caveat of that is that regardless of the hierarchy, if one law is a little bit stricter in an area,
right,
that is the preceding law. So
Right.
even if the state or the local law is more stringent than the federal law, you have to follow the state or local.
When you kind of like assisting residents, people, and say, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, let's continue, probably.
Okay, thank you. So for question number 4, ADA unit thresholds. At what point is a residential project legally required to include ADA units as opposed to FHA compliant units? So my response to this was First of all, to clarify, by ADA units, a more accurate term would be to call them accessible units. I'm just going to be referring to it as accessible units from here on out, just because that is how the code refers to them. Accessible units are only required because of commercial facilities such as hotels or dormitories or government housing projects. Any questions on that? Okay. Yes.
I would like to ask you to explain a little bit deeper. So, like, I hear a lot of people just like mistaking the definition. They kind of like some people calling, for example, ADA unit, some calling handicap unit. So there's like unit kind of like for disabled people, etc., etc. So same with parking.
Yes.
They saying like accessible, they saying handicap, and they saying ADA parking. So we have to kind of like explain what is difference and what is similarity for people stop mistaking that. Because, for example, if somebody making some sort of request and mention like the person with disability need accessible parking,
is it accessible
so
or is it
landlord
ADA
at that
compliant
point
or
will
two
be lost.
separate things?
Because they not understand what the request is. They mistaken that accessible parking, so, and they not understand what the person asking. Double parking, like parking somewhere at the end of the garage. We have to kind of like be specific. So, and here is like, you said that like ADA units, it's not actually residential unit in a regular building, right? That term. It's like ADA, it's like more like, hotel.
Yeah, well, accessible unit would be what you would call something that if you were to book a hotel room, you would book an accessible unit. If you were to get government housing, and you would request an accessible unit in that case.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions before I move on? Yes?
Thank you for coming. I guess my question is, when the ADA was enacted, there are some buildings, including multi-family units, that were not compliant with the ADA. So, but those that are compliant, or those that are not compliant, are they grandfathered in, or are they expected to make amendment to the passageway, for instance, for somebody who is in a wheelchair? What is the level of grading that they have to comply with?
Why do you
So
guys
that is
keep
dependent
thinking just about
on
wheelchairs?
either when the building was constructed, and if it was constructed according to the code of the time, then that is a grandfathered in building. However, if there was an older building, say from the 1980s, that did a remodel in 2010, the code at the time of the 2010 would be the standard that it would have to match. Yeah. So if you are living in a building from the 1970s that hasn't done any major remodels, that building may not be accessible by the means that we have. We think of accessibility today.
Exactly. So, for instance, buildings that were constructed, say, in 1960, so, are they grandfathered in to not make amendment to the ADA regulations?
Yes, until there are modifications made to the building that go through code enforcement, then at that point, that will trigger an ADA update. But even that there are limitations to that. There are cost thresholds that may prohibit it to be fully accessible. So all of these things, there's exceptions to basically every rule that I'm going to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I was wondering if there was if you had a central agency within the ADA, if for someone who wanted information. I found it very confusing when I asked the question about the parking, specifically because my friend who is missing her left leg could not get close enough to the there was no parking for her. But when she asked, when I gave her the numbers to ask, they couldn't help her at all. They said it was a private building and there was nothing she could do, and I had no information for her. So what I'd like to know, is there any place other than that? I mean, if they can't help someone like my friend who needed, she had her missing her whole leg up to her hip, and she couldn't get help. So is there anywhere they can go to get other help if they're refused, is what I'd like to know.
That's where sort of my information kind of stops. I know that the ADA, the DOJ through the ADA channels would not be the appropriate channel for that. Something along the lines of Fair Housing Act, which is where I am going to plead my ignorance, might be more useful. And I do know the DOJ and the HUD cover the FHA. Yeah.
I think what I'm also hearing is just more available information in plain language about this kind of stuff available for the community. So one thing I've brought up for years in writing, like our 311 Santa Monica app, if I were to search a keyword related to a disability ADA need, 0 results. And I've put this in writing, so that could be an example. Maybe in the 311 app, it says, I have this issue, you need to get technical assistance from the ADA coordinator or the right person in your shop, to a phone number, email, a click. There's a disconnect. It's hard to access that kind of information. And that's something we can do, is make that information more accessible. I know there's the ADA Pacific Center, which provides technical assistance on ADA issues, but it's broad. It's like ADA in general, but I think our community needs that ADA in plain language, contextual to Santa Monica.
Yeah.
And that's a gap, and we've brought it up for before your tenure. So an outlet is our website, being more organized. And when you put in a keyword, disability housing, get your search engine optimizing team to bring up what we need. And our app is just where we don't exist on the app. And yes, that's something we need to do.
So thank you for bringing that up. That is actually something that I have been working with the 311 team and ISD on, because currently I don't have access to the direct 311 channels. If somebody mentions accessibility through any of the other options, I just get an email from that person that it got assigned to, and I kind of write up the response for them. So we're in the process of getting it to where the ADA coordinator will have a more direct line, and that way, hopefully, that will prevent some levels of confusion.
Yeah, just so if they have an issue, it gets triaged to you to triage, or you might have a quick answer, or you might say, hey, I need to research this, or let me get you to the right person. That's not happening. It's just they can't find who to contact, and we want to just get it to the triage, get it to you, get a response, close the loop. Just if we can do that, it would save me a lot of emails I get from the community.
Yeah.
And it's something that we brought it up a lot. Commissioner Royale?
Let me say something. I created those questions, and I appreciate Blake was able to give some answer on that for the reason, because I see how unfair to disabled people the city operates in a matter of housing and parking for disabled people and navigate through apartment buildings for the disabled people. To reply to Ksmo, I'm familiar with that situation. I know exactly what landlords through all city doing. They placing disabled people who have missing legs, hands, or have difficulty to physically move around. They placing them on a parking spots, which is like hard to access without wheelchair. Some people who is using wheelchair, they just like not able to access their parking. And when people start complaining to their landlords denying everything and they don't want to accommodate. They completely forgot that if they're receiving federal funds, grants, money, they must comply with federal rules and regulation. On top of like just like basically understand the request disabled people making. So that's why, and if you remember, some of you probably remember, before I became commissioner, I already filed with Disability Commission complaint regarding landlord well known in Santa Monica City. So it's like, we're talking about that issue for 6 years at least. City not accommodate. Often city sides with landlords and people with disability basically struggling. And that's why I brought all those questions and I'm trying to just like find out what is going on and how we can fix it. And I'm asking every one of you, please pay attention and ask your questions if something not clear, because we have to change the situation. It's not only somebody's neighbor. It's like, it's going on through all city. I didn't see that situation in Los Angeles. I just noticed in that situation in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica is the least handicap accessible city I've seen so far in all of California. It's a joke.
Okay. So to
you go to the Republican places, they have the perfect buttons, perfect ramps everywhere.
Yes.
I don't know what's wrong with you guys.
Is there any one organization of management?
There's freaking stairs here.
Exempt from the ADA provision for the disabled parking? Anyone exempt from it? And how mandatory or how can individual resident get access from the ADA to have this ADA parking space?
Santa Monica is a town of everyone who thinks they deserve special.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I'm trying to process.
Okay. So I guess my question is, I have, for instance, an example of a 70 units apartment complex without any ADA parking space. So what is the compliance on behalf of residents that the management of that building have to undertake?
That's a hard question for me to answer right here. All of these situations will have a lot of nuance in them. Just, on its face, a 17-unit apartment building that was built in the 60s that hasn't been updated, an apartment building like that, the landlord would have very little requirements to do any updates according to the ADA and the CBC. FHA might have different rules to that, but that's, once again, where I need to plead my ignorance and say that you need to contact a housing accessibility specialist.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So question number 5, affordable housing. Are all affordable housing units required to be fully ADA compliant? The answer to this is no. As I said, there's a lot of nuance in all of these things. So I gave 2 examples down below. For a residential dwelling unit that must comply with Section 504, that's the federally funded housing, 5% of the units must be on an accessible route and provide mobility amenities. 2% of the units must provide communication features. All other units located on an accessible path of travel must be adaptable units. So to go into that a little bit more, if there's an elevator that only goes to the first floor of a apartment building, only that first floor has to have adaptable units, or the 5% and 2% of accessible units. Any floor above that is not required to be accessible or adaptable. And then for the second situation, for a Section 8 housing, a private landlord who accepts a Section 8 tenant-based vouchers in payment for rent is not a recipient of federal financial assistance. The tenant is. Therefore, the building would not be described as public housing, and that unit would not be required to be an accessible unit. And then I clarified further, this example assumes that the building was built to code at the time of construction.
What do you mean by communication features?
So that, I brought my handy notebook out because I had a feeling somebody would ask me that. So I'm just going to list a couple of things that are part of these communication features. So where a building fire alarm system is provided, the system wiring shall be extended to a point within the residential dwelling unit in the vicinity of the residential dwelling unit smoke detection system. Same thing would apply to smoke and carbon monoxide detection. Visible alarm appliances will also be placed inside of that unit.
Doorbell. Doorbell.
Sorry. Could we say that safety features, 2% of the units have to have safety features which are accessible, say, someone who's in a wheelchair? Is that the interpretation?
It's not so much for people who are in a wheelchair. It's more for people who struggle with communication-based disabilities. So people who are hard of hearing or are partially blind.
So there has to be accommodation to make sure that it would be understood what the unit is, what a fire alarm is, something, could be Braille, could be
yes, and
something like that.
All of this is like written down in code. I'm paraphrasing to not get too into the nitty-gritty of the code yet. Yeah.
So the second part of that question 5. For Section 8 housing, a private landlord who accepts a Section 8 tenant-based voucher in payment for rent is not a recipient of federal financial assistance. The tenant is. I partially agree, but there is a landlord who, besides accepting Section 8, they also accepting grants, federal grants.
Yes. So if a landlord is accepting federal grants, that would trigger Section 504.
Right.
But I did put that example in there just to clarify, because somebody is a Section 8 voucher holder.
Yeah, for example, it's like a small private landlord who just like decide to have, one of the tenants with the Section 8. So it's kind of like not what we're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So question number 6, clarifying terminology. What is the legal definition of adaptable units? How do you differ from universal design or accessible units? So an adaptable unit is a dwelling unit designed and constructed so it can be easily modified to meet the needs of a person with a disability without requiring major structural changes. An accessible unit is a unit that already is fully configured with required accessibility features at the time that is occupied. These units are intended to be immediately usable by individuals with disabilities. In universal design, it doesn't have a legal standard. Rather, it's a philosophy that focuses on creating environments usable by the widest range of people possible. So just to clarify a little bit more, the accessible unit, those accessibility features that I'm discussing are appliances that have buttons and controls that are within the reach ranges of somebody who might be in a wheelchair, or a restroom that has grab bars, or showers that have seating in them, and features such as those.
For now, all those new projects, they had those adaptable units, right? They kind of like, that's the requirement that like every unit be adaptable. I mean, they're not specially using those ADA term anymore for affordable housing, like new project. I'm not talking.
These definitions are still being used in new construction as well. And then, once again, just to clarify, as long as a unit is on an accessible path of travel, it's required to be adaptable. Units that are required to go up a flight of stairs where an elevator doesn't reach, those units are not required to be adaptable.
Okay.
Even in new construction.
Thank you. Just one request, can you put this document hyperlinked on the agenda, Thomas, just to get this on the record?
If you don't mind, can I make some adjustments to this document and send it?
I'm okay with that. I just want, this is important community with clarification, so if you'd like to clear it up and get this information out, because we get asked this all the time. So this is saving you, this is preventative work here.
Yes.
And I'm going to get to this later, but a key concept I'd like our decision makers to be more familiar with, and I'd like to say enforce, is the readily achievable piece in the technical assistance manual of Title III of the ADA, that there's low cost, readily achievable things that I just want to make sure we're doing and getting the word out that those are being done, because those can be done. We can be solution based on those. Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you. Any more questions on this one? Okay. So question number 7, section 504 trigger. When must a unit be built to full section 504 standards? Does this trigger depend on federal funding? The answer is yes. Section 504 is applicable once federal funding is used on construction and or maintenance of the building. Section 8 vouchers being accepted would not trigger Section 504 in isolation. Any questions on that? Okay. So now going to parking. Question 8, parking disputes. Does the ADA regulate assigned parking disputes in a private residential garage? If not, which law takes precedence? So my response to this is no. The ADA is only applicable in the parking garage of a publicly, or I apologize, tripped over my words. The ADA is only applicable if the parking garage is publicly accessible. Contact an accessible housing expert for more information. So this is one of the questions where I'm going to be pleading my ignorance. Question 9.
Yeah, that's the most common question. And who is accessible housing expert whom we should contact if we have that question?
I currently do not have a specific example in mind. I can do more research and try to get that on this document before I send it to you.
Yeah, here's the thing. Asbestos of my knowledge. So I know how those issues with disabled individual and landlord handle within the city. So, and I paid attention that landlords consulting city if they had questions, and what they're doing, they searching for ADA specialists. It means you, but and they kind of gathering answers which, like, you as an ADA specialist probably will not be able to give them. Mm-hmm. So because if that's the housing related issue, there is like housing expert who knows about accessibility more. That's who's supposed to can answer those questions. So that's what I'm saying, like we need the name.
Yes, and there are
position if they are even like existing within the city, because tenants often mistaken too, because they think, oh, okay, I have disability, it means I have to contact ADA specialist or ADA lawyer. No. Mm-hmm. With the housing issue, neither ADA specialist, neither ADA lawyer will be not able to solve the climb between landlord and disabled tenant on a matter of parking and other housing issue. So that's important to understand for everybody. So
yeah, thank you for that clarification. And I do know that there is a number of local nonprofits that do help with accessibility related cases. I've referred people to them in the past. I can talk with them and make sure that they do have people on staff that know the FHA as well.
I do have a follow-up on that too. I'm just curious if I were to pose this question to the Housing and Social Services Director, I believe that's the name of that new, she's going to come to an upcoming meeting. I'd like to pose the same question to her as well, or maybe you can, and see what she says. Because again, this is what I hear a lot. So I'd like to be able to clearly articulate, because it's often juxtaposed with the social service housing issue. So it's just at some point I want to grow towards the point where when someone asks me that, I could be like, boom, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Royale.
I'd like to say that there will be no boom because it's so conflicting how landlords applying rules. They even added in some sort of DMV code to regulate private parking. It's a complete absurd what's going on with the city. And it's a complete absurd about how they reply to disabled tenants. So it's just kind of like, we not only have to kind of pass those questions and ask somebody to reply on them, we have to demand the changes with the city and like municipal court amendment. And by the way, I already kind of like filed it with one of the city council, some proposal about those amendments regarding parking, because there is two different parking, street parking and apartment parking. What the city doing, they applying rules which like regulate streets and how the vehicle operates on the streets. They apply this to private parking, garage. They deny disabled people accessible parking, like kind of like reasonable spot to use. I mean, it is like unbelievable what's going on. So that's like, we have to do something about this.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, now, are we going to be going through all these questions? Okay, because the reason why I was going to bring this up when I was supposed to be called to speak is to going before the our architectural review board and all that, and I just want to interject for the in the interest of time, and I was going to discuss this when I was called. I think it would be a great idea, and I can get with you, Chair Elliott, after the meeting, to bring in, did you prep all these questions? Okay, because the reason being is this actually goes right into when I attended the ARB meeting. I think the most effective thing to do as far as the questions that he's been answering is to bring in the associate planner. Because I was going to discuss this when I was called on, and his name is, it's either, I kind of had to really coax him to write down his email. It's either Jesse Brown or Jesse Braun. It's hard to read his handwriting, but his title is associate planner, because the main thing is that with these landlords and the grandfathering, that's understandable, but they are building, and I guess I'll just bring this up now and I can bring it up again. They are gutting CEQA, they're getting all kinds of exemptions, and they want to build these 23 multi-story buildings, and I've constantly said that's who we should be going after, not the little mom and pops that are already grandfathered in, because this is what happened. They have been doing what's called getting an exemption off-site affordable housing, and I have always constantly and consistently brought up at ARB and been kind of shut down and brought up here at these meetings to get some specifics on how many of these units have bathrooms that are accessible and parking is accessible. A lot of these buildings don't have any parking, or if I try to tie them down as to the levels of parking, how many spaces are, you get something like 124 units with, maybe 10 no parking, or maybe 50 parking spaces. So that's a huge problem, and that really kind of goes right into what we've been talking about. I mean, the bottom line is they just really don't want disabled people around at all. So I do want to bring this up now. When I went to the Architectural Review Board meeting, I think that these are questions, if we could bring in the associate planner and ask these very same questions to the associate planner. And I want to thank you for taking the time for this, but I think his hands are kind of tied. I don't really think I think these are questions we should ask the associate. To be 14 7th Street, you can see a picture, and well, the board of state up and fell to its 4 streets and one living in a unit.
We have three.
The exact definition that's provided by the codes is a space that complies with accessibility provisions of this code, which is part of the reason why I put the entire definition on here. And in for location, there's nothing specific, but it does say as close as possible, essentially. That is what it boils down to. And then that is the last of these questions.
So, question 10. And also its answer to Ksmo as well, regarding her friend. So, can a designated blue-marked accessible space be assigned to a specific resident as a part of a reasonable accommodation? The answer is yes. Neither FHA, neither FEHA says anything about blue-marked space cannot be assigned. ADA not saying anything that it cannot be assigned on a residential area. So California Building Code, I refer you to that chapter 11A. It's clearly saying that it has special section describing assigned accessible parking space, how it's supposed to be handled, where it's supposed to be located, etc., etc. The best practice for any landlords who dealing with disabled tenants, first of all, reasonable accommodation request. If the disabled tenant doing reasonable accommodation request, the landlord should take it serious, seriously and enter into interactive process. That interactive process is sufficient when landlord and tenant will reach some sort of agreement which will work both sides. It can be whatever. It can be just like more spacious parking spot, or it can be like double space, or it can be, I don't know, close to elevator, or the tenant will be okay, you know, like walk extra distance. It depends on a condition and medical records of, I mean, not medical records. It depends on a doctor letter which should be provided during that interactive process by disabled individual. So that doctor letter should be emphasized the nexus between request and condition of the tenant. If the management decide that nexus demonstrated, so and the tenant need that blue marked space be assigned, like, and that's the closest space to entrance, no other alternative available, then yes, the handicap space in residential area can be absolutely assigned.
I do 90% agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But everything has exceptions.
Total number of ADA spaces now decrease. You have to create new one. Exactly. There is a lot of version how you can accommodate disabled person. But for landlord, my message is you have to accommodate. If you enter interactive process and at the final had no decision, no accommodation, that's the bad faith.
That is absolutely
it's
correct.
It's not the interactive process. You just waste time and faking the requirement. That's it. So next one, 11. Here's this also. We're talking about preemption of law. And for example, if we're talking about housing, mm-hmm. the FHA works first and then ADA requirement. To kind of like keep space open, etc., etc. You understand what I mean? Let me try to explain. Tenant, disabled tenant, paying for that residential unit in that building. It means that his usage of parking space should be prioritized. And it's like more important to accommodate tenant than like accommodate virtual guest. So it means that FHA, FEHA work first if we're talking about accommodation and if we're talking about that specific situation.
I hear what you're saying.
It's hard. I understand that clearly, but it's hard.
No, I understand what you're saying, and once again, it's not I'm not saying that you're wrong by any means, mm-hmm. But like I said, there's so many caveats and exceptions to all of these rules that it is really, really hard to give a blanket statement such as that, because just because you have to follow the blanket statement, you can disregard the ADA.
Oh, no.
Exactly, yeah.
No,
so
but you have to understand it depends of your finances.
Yes.
Depends what grants you're taking, how your company operates. You have to apply first that specific rules or that rules. Or probably both.
Both. It's both. Yeah.
So the next one is 12.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like yes. The answer is yes. 13.
But there are still blue markings.
Right.
do have to be part of that space, which is why there's that finicky answer. Yeah.
That question was brought specifically because tenants often receiving a reply from city and from landlord, which is saying like no. And now we're talking, and you specifically mentioning some sort of exemption always exists. So, but the city and landlord saying no without any exemption, and that's completely wrong.
Well, there is the exemption for the stall itself, but there's not an exemption for the required clear space adjacent to the stall. So effectively, there will still be blue in the space that you call.
Yes, I'm agreed.
Yeah.
So, 13 priority of rights. Yeah.
Commissioner, I'm going to chime in for a second because I have a big question that I want to circle back. And if you look at our agenda, I did share policy updates that the web accessibility got pushed back a year, not just for the ADA, but for Section 504. And I appreciate you coming with this statement. But I do have a big concern about that. I mean, and it's not on the individual level. The individual, they've come here, they've been great partners. I've emailed them back and forth. They've been receptive. But I think there's a structural issue in that you need a human being who uses a screen reader on their team. There's no substitute for that. And that's going to be cheaper than subcontracting out, remediating all this stuff if you don't catch it on the front end. Like, if I know the ADA Pacific has job descriptions of like a digital accessibility specialist, and how this is going to save you money is they're going to remediate things on the front end. So if you have to contract it out, it's going to be less expensive. You're going to be proactive on this. So it's, it might be FTE, but it's going to save you. I'm familiar with some of the statements of work and the cost per item. It's very expensive, and so the best solution is to have someone in-house who can do it.
Yeah.
So I would strongly recommend that. And I just want to make sure, because that's been a huge issue of our commission, is digital spaces being accessible so people can get information, and you need a human being in-house because we can't just subcontract it out. So I just wanted to make sure I got that in
there. Can I continue? I would like to appreciate, Blake, you willing to answer all those questions. I just let other guys probably ask some more questions. But we can talk after this because the answers you give it in the first version, initial, they're supposed to be corrected a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to do some finessing before I put it on.
Thank you.
And then I also want to just make it clear, if any of the commissioners do want to reach out to me, my email and phone number are public information. If you go look up ADA coordinator for City of Santa Monica, my information's on there. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions or want to discuss anything. We can set up a time one-on-one. Not on me, but I can run up to my desk, grab some, and then come back down after I'm finished here.
Kind of going back to the website with the delay.
Yes.
When the team was here 6 months ago, perhaps, and they were talking about getting things, parts like the blue bus and everything coordinated. Has there been a clear plan put together for accessibility in terms of what they would want to put together or how they would categorize all these questions and digital questions? Is there a plan at this point to address them, or are they still cans kicked down the road a little bit further?
There is a plan. Since the last you spoke with our ISD team, I believe that was in December or January, I've been working with them with the presumption that the deadline would be happening in April. And when the announcement of the deadline there's a lot of the legacy things, but all of that is in order to go. It will just take some time for us to do that migration.
My specific question would be the organization of information.
And I would say that would probably be a better question for ISD. I'm a little technologically naive.
Well, it's not you had brought it up that this is still an ongoing process. The question is, the various data is put in all different areas. Is there a plan now to unify it? Has there been a progression of thought to your knowledge in terms of creating a more unified approach for those who would need such a support?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that. That's definitely more of an ISD than what I've been involved.
Meeting of the Santa Monica City Council on Tuesday, May 5th at a special time, 3 p.m. And today, I'm ready. Clerk would please call roll. I think we're all here.
Councilmember Morena.
Here.
Councilmember Humarich.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here. Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Hara. Here. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Present.
And Mayor McKeown.
I'm here. So the entire City Council is here this afternoon with many members of our city staff. And I just want to point out that for the first time today, since we began doing these meetings by teleconferencing, we're actually going to be able to have people call in at a special phone number, and that is 310-458.
And they will automatically go into a queue. President back.
City Council meeting. And
you have structuring and associated reserve.
They consider the tragic distinction, case in case, back community. Mary also for their 13 on our lives. We starting to make 2020. Please.
So the DCF staff and whether that could in fact be filled by a volunteer.
Schools and housing. Please think about the longer-term ramifications of reducing the housing schools. They affected many low-wage workers. Human right of all who need it.
No? Okay. We'll hold off on that one. Eddie Bond, Vice President, Community Concerns, Santa Monica.
Minutes to you in, Mayor Pro
Camo Day, esteemed City Councilman, VP of Community Concerns for the Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council, the negotiations ahead. So I wanted to speak about the importance of an essential resource for the
First,
say hi, Susie.
Community for Excellent Public Schools, or SEP, has been actively working over the past 20 years to find ways to generate revenue.
first, and give count.
$1 million, that the priorities you identify.
Judge found against both the city and
it should not be hidden from the general public, and it is also inhumane. It is so inhumane, and it kills other animals, not just other wild animals, but our pets. Somebody.
Mayor and council members, I'm Mary Reneker. Krista.
I got kale on my teeth. Good salad, but I got kale on my teeth. Oh, did I get that one? Shit, I don't remember. I got lost track. A lot of views.
Biatch. David Wire.
Biatch. What did she say? Open up. What did she say? She said something funny again. Every once in a while, Carolyn's very funny. let's try this thing. You did the scan. Okay. Let's go. Oh, you did it, Morgan. You basically did it. Look at that. Oh, Morgan, you did it. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's so good. Unbelievable. Look at these people. My area over here. I didn't get to sit here. Into the unknown. You don't know what's over there. That's so cool. This is awesome. This is amazing. Ah. 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 I did it. I fucking did it. I've been dreaming about that. Scanning a thing, and I mean, I didn't get a film inside of it, but that's the. Oh my shit. What did I just do? Wow. It's on my phone. It's running on my phone. The Gaussian splat's running on my phone. Okay. I did it. I made a Gaussian splat of the Santa Monica City Hall Council chambers and put it up on Meta Horizon Worlds for anybody to go access. You can use it on your phone in the mobile app, or you can use it on the Quest and go and see it in virtual reality. Gaussian splats are incredible. This is incredible. I'm super impressed. It's like an impressionistic painting of reality that you can go inside of. I filmed it on the MetaQuest using the Hyperscape preview, and I went in the world. It's pretty good, and I even looked at it on my phone, and that's impressive too. It's very impressive, the level of detail. This is basically my extended reality XR studies for government and where I'm going with this stuff. I think that concludes our stream, guys. Go for another 8 minutes to make it 5 hours? I mean, maybe. Wow. Nice. I'm gonna need faster internet. I guess we're streaming also at the same time. Okay, that's been fun. As we crush this streaming. I'm gonna sign off, but I'm gonna play us out for the go. So I'm turning off the microphone and I'll pump in the good music.
you.